I think I was muted. Hello, friends. Let me know how you guys are doing today. Welcome to just chill Sunday sprints. Hope you guys are having a wonderful day wherever you are in the world, whether or not it's in the morning or in the evening. um, sorry, my computer is doing something weird. Here we go. Let me know in the comments what you guys are getting done today. Are you reading? Are you being productive in other ways? Are you doing some laundry? You're just having a chill day? Let me know how you guys are doing. I plan to read Alien Clay, but first I do have to finish The Hitchcock Hotel because Leandra and I are filming our last episode for The Hitchcock Hotel today after sprints. So I need to complete my pages. I think I got 30 pages left, so I should be able to finish in that first sprint. So that's what I'm going to be getting done. I'm enjoying Alien Clay so far. I can't talk about Hitchcock Hotel because it's a podcast book. But Alien Clay, I'm at 59%, I think. And it's a lot darker. Yeah, I'm at 59%. It's a lot darker than I was anticipating. This is my second Adrian Tchaikovsky. And the first one I read was Service Model, which I absolutely loved. Gave it, was it a 5-star? I think it was. I think it was a 5-star. And it was just very sweet and nostalgic, kind of. I don't know if that's the right word for it. It's very cozy. And this one, I wasn't expecting obviously the same storyline, but I think I was just expecting a different tone. And I am liking it, but I'm trying to think if when I went into this, I was just thinking it was regular sci-fi, and I would classify this as sci-fi horror. It's intense. If you don't know anything about Alien Clay, you are taking an individual who used to study alien like ecologies and anatomy and things like that, and he does something that his government doesn't like, and so they ship him off to an alien labor camp, and he essentially has to live in the world that he was like so interested in. And the world is dangerous. So there are some not so great things that are happening to him. So I'm enjoying it so far, though. It's been an intriguing read for sure. Let us see who is here today. Beatrice is here. Hi, Beatrice. I'm doing well. I hope you are too. I haven't seen you in a while. I think the last time I saw you was for the Get a Clue readathon sprints that I had a couple weeks ago. So I hope that you're doing better and that you are enjoying your reads. Currently reading Fake Dates and Mooncakes. Oh, I've heard about this. Where did I hear about this from? I've heard that it's very sweet and cute. Getting my bag prepped for my trip this week. Lovely. Where are you going? Hello, Tennille. Welcome. Kirsten is here. Hello, Kirsten. And Julie. All the friends. Thanks for joining, guys. Hello, Hillary. Welcome. Editing today. I love that. I need to get some of this done too, but I probably won't do it during sprints. I don't know if my computer, I do like, I know that some people do edit while they're on sprints, but I always feel bad for my computer when I do that. So that will be an after sprints and after podcast reporting. I need to edit. I still haven't finished editing the last podcast episode for the Games Gods Play. So I need to do that because that comes out at the end of this month. And then I need to start editing for the Hitchcock Hotel. So I hope editing goes smoothly. Good morning, Anne. Working on Faithbreaker today. I want to read this so bad. I thought it didn't come out. You have an arc? I was say, I don't think it comes out until April, right? Maybe I'm wrong. I do want to read this, though. It's the last, I think it's the last one in the trilogy. I'm excited to see how it ends. Currently reading Call Down the Hawk and getting ready to go have lunch with friends. Amazing. What are you going to have for lunch, Julie? Just woke up from a nap. Tried to beat the daylight savings. Oh, I completely forgot. Maybe that's why I'm more tired than I was thinking about that this morning. Like usually when I wake up, it doesn't feel like, especially on Sunday for sprints, usually my body wakes me up around 7 a.m. And today I didn't wake up until 8. That would be why. Daylight savings time. I think we all lose that battle. Hello, Emily. I'll be finishing 8.5 and Keeper of the Lost Cities. Amazing. I need to read that series. I have a to-do list today, Sense and Second Degree Murder for audio and Painted Devils physically. That sounds amazing. I haven't read Little Thieves yet, so I can't read Painted Devils, but I hope you're enjoying it. I haven't heard of Sense and Second Degree Murder. Is that like a cozy murder mystery, maybe? I bear great things about Guns of Dawn. Let me know. Hello, hello. How are you, Camilla? Sprinted yesterday. Oh, it's your birthday. Happy early or happy late birthday. I hope that you had a fun evening or day. Got to celebrate yourself. Hello, Lena. Reading Rachel Aaron's Hell to Pay. Hope you're enjoying it. Katie is here. Hello, Katie. Reading Finley Donovan Digs Her Own Grave. Is that the last one? I only read the first one because I ended up DNFing the series. I read the first book and I just realized that it probably just wasn't for me. I think Finley drove me a little bit nuts. But I think, is this the last one in the series or is she going to keep going? You'll have to let me know. I hope you're enjoying it. Okay, it's an arc. I was like, did I miss did I miss the release date? I am excited to see because those books are so fascinating to me because they're so short, not short, but like they're not large fantasy books, but I feel like they pack so much into every page. It's truly impressive. Hello, Jen. Welcome. Yeah, I hope Beatrice had a good birthday as well. I'm sad I missed the sprints. We're going to one of our favorite cafes to get our monthly coffee flight. I'm very excited. Oh, it's a coffee flight. That's cool. Aw, I hope you enjoy yourself. How fun. I don't like coffee, but that is an like, I've had wine flights and stuff before. So that would be fun to like be able to go and taste different types of coffees and figure out what your favorites are. That's always why I enjoy wine flights and just letting like the chef pick, whatever wines they want to give me. I've been up since, oh no, 1:45. I'm so sorry, Emily. Can you take a nap today? That's rough. I enjoyed Sense and Second Degree Murder, but I wanted more of Colonel Brandon. It always stinks whenever like a character that you really liked isn't on page as often as you would like. I'm glad it was lovely. It's so good to see you, Beatrice. My body did not like the time change at all. I only managed 5 hours of sleep. Oh no, unfortunately. I hate that. I feel like I completely forgot about daylight savings time, and I was wondering because my cat, Andy, woke me up really early, and sometimes he does that, like, randomly, but it's not very often, and last night he was pretty insistent, and that's probably why, because his clock doesn't change along with daylight savings time. Sense and Second Degree Murder is Sense and Sensibility Cozy Murder Mystery. I love that. I haven't read, Sense and Sensibility, but how fun. 4 hours of sleep or less is my typical for Saturday. That's a bummer. Hopefully I don't know if your Sundays allow for naps. I would definitely have to have a nap if I only got 4 hours of sleep. I'm working on finishing Thick Thighs Readathon, which ends today. I haven't heard of this, Natalie. That sounds so fun. Um, Loving getting some of my TBR with great fat representation. Amazing. A special ed teacher this time of year is rough. Yeah, I bet. Especially when it starts, is it because it starts getting warmer and, like, the sun is out more? I know that, like, in general, I have some teacher friends, and they always say that whenever springtime fully hits and, like, you have, 70-degree weather, the kids get real rowdy because they just wanna be outside. I don't know if that's what you're feeling. This was just released last week. I'm still enjoying the series. I agree that book 3 had a really rough start. Yeah. I think that with Finley Donovan, for me, I don't know, I think it was just I didn't like her. I felt like her character was just making kinda dumb decisions. Which it was fun, it was an easy read. But yeah, I didn't have the like, the need to continue forward with the series, but I'm glad that you're enjoying it. I haven't read Sense and Sensibility either. I suspect it would be a slog for me. Yeah. Well, it's fun though that you can read something that's kind of like a spoof of it, and get, just a little bit of a taste. I've done that with what book was it? I have read Pride and Prejudice, but it's been a minute. Um, but there was although the book wasn't good. It was the same author of Abraham Lincoln Vampire Slayer did one that was for Pride and Prejudice as well, and I ended up DNFing the book, but I do think it's fun though to get books that are, like, building off of, some other stories, even if you haven't read them. I think it's fun. Well, and actually, this isn't like Hitchcock isn't an author, but, um, I have never watched, I don't think any of Alfred Hitchcock's, movie list, and, the Hitchcock Hotel definitely has some references, and I don't think that I think it depends on how the authors handle the information, if they are, if it's really like a what's it called? Like, it's like an inside secret where they're trying to keep, the spoilers on the low key. I feel like if you don't know what they're talking about, it can feel a little isolating, but I think that certain authors, if they're not afraid to do spoilers and things like that, I don't feel like you need to really have any background knowledge. At least that's how I feel about this book. So, I imagine that others are the same. Time changes are hard for people. Um, then through or in nice weather, yeah. Plus, we were going to have a high of 77 and no AC, oh no, until after spring break, and my room has no windows. Oh no, Emily. I couldn't sleep in that either. I hate that for you. Hopefully, you'll have, like, a cold front come through. I'm just ready to be at a consistent temperature. I'm so sick of going back and forth. I'm literally wearing, like, a Carhartt hoodie right now, and it's supposed to be 70 degrees later today, but it is so cold outside outside right now, and that's just kind of how the weather is here for this, like, little, probably a month and a half period, in early spring or, like, late winter, early spring. Our seasons just don't know what to do. So we had, I think I told you guys that the last time I was on sprints, we had like an entire week where it was in negative-degree weather. And then the next week it was in the 60s. Well, then last week we were back into like 30s, 40s. We had one day in the 50s, and then now we're up in the 70s again. And I'm like, can we not? Can we just, I don't care if it's cold or if it's warm, but like just pick one. Let's just stick with it. Book 1 was my least favorite in the series. Interesting. Mhm. Maybe maybe I should give the other ones a try. Do you think that Fenley's actions change throughout the series? That's how I'll ask that question because I don't wanna give away anything, for people who haven't read any of those books, but yeah, I just found myself really annoyed by her in the first book. Pride and Premeditation was the first book in the series. I read that earlier this month, and it's been a fun time. That's fun. I like that. I like a series that kinda has, like, a theme, especially a cozy series. I feel like that kinda lends itself to that as well. I need to read Manslaughter Park, which was book 3 and a spoof on Mansfield Park. That's so fun. The Hitchcock movies were terrifying to me. I didn't realize, I thought Hitchcock, I don't know why I had it in my head that, and I know that it ties into it, but I had in my head that he was like mystery, not mystery thriller or mystery horror. I just thought he was like straight mystery, and I am wrong. From what I'm gathering in this book, it definitely has some like thrilling and horror elements to his movies. So I don't know that I'm gonna go back and watch any of them, though. I don't know that it's intrigued me enough to do that. Last week, it was negative 11 degrees Celsius and plus 11 degrees Celsius 36 hours later. Yeah, not okay. I hate that. I hate it so much. It makes me so mad. I'm up, sort of, but it's still dark, and I'm keeping the cat from going completely nuts while we wait for his breakfast time. I understand, Jen. Finley is still quirky. Okay, good to know. Enjoy the Finley books as a nice palate cleanser. Yeah, they are really easy reads. And it wasn't like when I was in the middle of it, I didn't want to DNF it. It just I didn't have that like need to continue on in the series, and so that's why I ended up not continuing. Um, this is what we had in North Carolina. So I live in the Midwest. I'm in Missouri. So I live right smack dab in the middle of the country. And yeah, we just go like in and out all the time. It's fun. But yeah, I'm sure that like I would guess in the middle stream of the country, like a horizontal strip of the country, that's probably what a lot of them get. That's just my guess. I've never lived anywhere else, but it's a battle every year. Well, friends, we are ready for our first sprint. Central Illinois. Yep. Yeah, it's rough. That would be okay, 12. Thank you. I appreciate it. I was trying to do the calculations in my head to Neil, but I was like, "Nope, I'm not gonna do that on screen." I know inches and pounds and a few other things, but not Fahrenheit. It doesn't convert. It doesn't. It's a horrible conversion. I don't know who decided that that's like the formula is like 9/5 times Celsius plus 32 or something like that, or it might be minus 30, minus 32. I feel like there was a 65 in the formula as well, but maybe not. I think it's 32. I think it's 9/5 times Celsius plus 32. Maybe I'm wrong, but yeah, it's not a great conversion. So I appreciate the facts to Neil. I was like, that's what our weather is, right? Yeah, it's interesting, and I think it might be like that middle strip of the country that kind of has that up and down during this time of year. It's amazing. I am going to put us into 60-minute sprints. I don't know why I didn't change this earlier. I missed a couple. I'm originally from Missouri. I like Arizona weather much more, except in June. Yeah, because it's super hot. I don't mind it most of the time. I like seeing the changes of the seasons. It's nice, but there are definitely some moments in the summer when it gets super hot because it's really humid. It's not fun. And I know like Arizona is more dry temperatures, so even when it does get really hot, it's doesn't feel as hot. At least that's what I've been told. But yeah, I like it most of the time, but there are sections of the year that I'm like, okay, I'm done. Can we not? Celsius is so easy. Water boils at 100. It freezes at 0. I feel like, yeah, we just our obsession with Fahrenheit, and then we also have, as you said, like inches and miles, whereas like kilometers, meters make so much more sense. Everything's done in tens. So I don't know. I don't know who made that decision, but I feel like they were punking the country because it's definitely an adjustment anytime you talk to anybody outside of the country. Okay, we are going to go on our first sprint. I am going to be reading The Hitchcock Hotel for a little bit, and then I'll switch over to Alien Clay. But go off and be productive, friends. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. And I'll see you guys in an hour. Hello, friends. Welcome back. Let me know how that sprint went for you guys in the comments. I finished Hitchcock Hotel. I can't tell you anything other than that. But it's done, so I'll be ready for our recording session today. And then I got a little bit more, I got to 62% in Alien Clay. And I find the world very fascinating. Um, I also like how I'm trying to think if he did this in Service Model. I like how Adrian Tchaikovsky builds his worlds, but in particular in this one, because it's a completely alien planet, Service Model was set. I don't know if it was actually set on Earth, but it was set on like an Earth-like planet. I'm pretty sure it was Earth. This one, it being an alien planet, he is making references to some of the items that are within the planet or like plant life, animal life, and how they interact with one another. And he actually has found things on Earth that do it as well. Um, I don't know. There apparently is, to give you like an example, there are some mites that, so he's talking about parasites in general, but he was talking about mites and how there are mites that will attach themselves to little ants and make themselves the ant's foot. And it actually, like the mites have learned to interact with the ants in the same way that the ant's foot would. So one of the things that ants do is they kind of clamp onto one another to build bridges across like, areas that they can't get across. And the mites have learned to actually like interact and clamp on to another ant to help the ants make the bridge just so they can be a part of the ants civilization and live along with the ants, which I find very fascinating. And so the fact that this author has taken things that seem very alien and weird to us that actually exist on our planet and is using that as a means of explaining how some of the alien life is working is very fascinating. I'm finding it intriguing. It's creepy as well, though. Like some of it, I'm like, ooh, I don't know that I wanted to know that, but it's been fun. So I'm still having a good time with it. We had a few people join us during that sprint. Ro is here. Hello, Ro. I hope you're doing well. Lucina is here. Hello, welcome. I'm glad you're able to join as well. And Jen or Amanda, not sure which one, but I'm glad to have you or both if both of you are here. And Vanessa joined us. Hello, Vanessa. Reading House of Bane and Blood. That title was gonna mess with me. I hope you're enjoying it. Catching up on the chatty bits, and oof, the what I know. It's a mess. We're in a heat wave for weeks. Oh my gosh, 104 degrees Fahrenheit. It rained on Friday and now it's 59 degrees Fahrenheit. That's crazy. I hate the fluctuation. It makes me mad. Well, I hope that it like levels out shortly and you don't have to deal with going back and forth. Hello, Kat. Welcome. It's been a minute since I've seen you. I hope you're well. Hello, Ashley. Reading Day of the Triffids. Whoop whoop. I hope you enjoy it. Hello, Olivia. It's good to see you. Got to 32% in House of Blood and Bane. Wonderful. Great progress. Had a late breakfast. I think I might do that in the next sprint because my tummy's growling. Worked on the to-do list and then listened to a chapter of Sense and Second Degree Murder while crocheting. Sounds like a lovely start to the day. I need to do some laundry too, so I might do that in the next sprint as well. Speaking of a to-do list, Neil, you're inspiring me to be productive. I made it to 76% into Danni.Dabbles. Are you enjoying it, Hillary? I just went into Margaret and Leandra's sprints yesterday, just for like a little like hello, because I haven't started Little Thieves yet, and so I didn't want to spoil myself by being in the discussion for Painted Devils, but I hope you're liking it. Halfway through editing, whoop whoop, hoping to get finished today. Amazing, Kirsten. 28% of Faith Breakers started 23%. Also got a bunch of chores done. Amazing, Anne. Finished my book. Boop, boop. Amazing, Emily. Updated my reading journal. Now working on updating my spreadsheet. So much productivity. Did you enjoy the end of your book? You have to let us know. I had a shower, got ready to leave the house, got to page 150 of the Call Down the Hawk. I hope you enjoy. I don't know how much longer you're gonna stay, Julie, because I know you're joining your friends for lunch, but I hope you enjoy your lunch. Your coffee flight. I love that. Made it to page 56. So far, I'm enjoying it. Nervous about the upcoming misogyny I read about in the review, hoping it won't be bad enough for me to have to DNF. Yeah, I hope so. I'll be interested in your thoughts though. So if you do end up DNFing, hit me up because I'd love to know like what moment in time. I mean, I would love to know your thoughts if you finish it as well. But if you DNF, I'd like to know like the moment in time that you were like, nope, this isn't for me. Um, I definitely like there's definitely some of that being, when it was written. But yeah, it's short too. And I will say I don't think that it was for me, it wasn't as bad as I was expecting it to be. That doesn't mean that it didn't happen though. Made it to 176 out of 381 of The Half King by Melissa Landers. Lovely. It's Amanda. Okay. Hello, Amanda. I snoozed. It's light out, so now I will feed the cat. Lovely. Get your cat back into the new time frame. It's always a challenge. Trying to write a little blurb for my play, but it's hard. Yeah, especially like I feel like blurbs and summaries are just I feel like they're more challenging than even writing. I've never written a book, but I feel like it's really hard to summarize because you want to make sure that it's engaging, that it's for a blurb, you want it to be eye-catching and pulling and yeah, I get that. You can do it though. Just maybe take a break, maybe take like a little bit of a brain break, have a snack and then come back to it. Or you could like maybe write down like some ideas that you want in it or like things that you want in your blurb, things that you find really important, and then walk away for a minute and come back with a fresh brain and then look at your ideas and see how you can kind of mesh them together. I know it's difficult. Having a good time with Painted Devils, lovely. Reading The Corruption of Hollis Brown. It's a gay YA thriller. Lovely. I hope you're enjoying it, Ro. Liked it, gave it 4 stars, and gave Team Stingers a decent amount of points. Amazing for Realmathon, yes. I'm not participating, which I'm kinda bummed about, but I'm also kinda happy with. I'm, like, split down the middle. I wanna participate in all the readathons, but I also just want to have, like, a chill, like, I needed a month to decompress, and I still have a ton of books, that I haven't gotten to yet. I know it's only the 9th of the month, but I have, like, a checklist where I'm like, "I need to get these books done." Part of that is Battle of the Booktubers stuff, but, those are always, like, in the back of my mind, like, "Okay, I need to make sure that I read a certain number of books by a certain number of months because Battle of the Booktubers is coming, guys." Yeah, let me know. Happy to hear it's not as bad as expected because I'm enjoying the story so far. Yeah, I hope that you enjoy it. I hope that it is surprising to you as far as not the expectation of it being not great in that regard. I really well, I won't spoil you for the discussion for the Day of the Triffids, because I do think that we had some really good discussions for that book. I was surprised with how short of a book it was, how much we had to talk about. So I hope that you stick with it, but I totally get it if you don't want to. Makes sense. And yeah, speaking of the podcast, um, with Hitchcock Hotel, we are for those of you interested, if you are listening and aren't aware, I do have a podcast with Leandra from Leandra the TBR Zero, and not reading for content is the podcast. So the Hitchcock Hotel, which is the book I just finished, is for it's our April read, and then we're actually starting our newest season in May, and we're gonna be working on translated works. So our first book for that will be Inkheart. which I've never read. So I'm excited to read a middle grade. It's perfect to talk about right now because of middle grade March. Speaking of which, like to lead into that as well, um, I didn't participate in middle grade March this year. I didn't even think about it when I was making my TBR. Um, I had it on my radar, but I don't have anything on hold, and so I just didn't put it on my TBR. So I'm thinking about, um, even though I won't be able to read them in March, I'm thinking about maybe doing like a middle grade March TBR, and maybe not even calling it middle grade March, but like a middle grade TBR just to have like them in my head. I don't know how you guys are with like picking up reads, but I feel like if I don't have a list of things to choose from, and like if I just have it on my Goodreads like want to read list, I'm usually it's going to take me a minute to get to it because I don't have it like actively in the front of my brain. And so I thought maybe if I could do some research, maybe look at Krista's channel because I know Krista does a ton of middle grade, and just look on BookTube for some recommendations for some middle grade reads. I had one in my most recent video, my anticipated releases video. There's one called where Where There Be Monsters, which sounds like a really cute middle grade. It was touted as a book for people who liked Amira and the Night Brothers, which is another one I need to read. So that one I am definitely putting on my list as well. But it just sounded really cute. And so I'm thinking about making a list of like middle grades I want to get to by like a certain point, because otherwise I kind of feel like they go by the wayside. And I would like to pick up more because I feel like they're very heartwarming a lot of the time. I read The Wild Robot Escapes last month and I just dearly love it. I know a lot of people like the Wild Robot series. It's not um an unknown series by any means, especially with the movie coming out recently. But I don't know. I found the second book. I liked the second book more than I liked the first one, and I loved the first one. So I want more of that in my life. So yeah, I am thinking about doing that. I'm thinking about coming up with some like a middle grade TBR that I can get back with and like keep in my head. I'm glad you think so, Emily. I'm excited to get to it. I didn't realize it was a translation. This was actually when Leandra and I get together to talk about the books that we're going to read for the podcast. We typically come with like a list of things that we're interested in that fit the target. For the translations, we had a couple of people recommend translated works for us. I think Inkheart, if I remember correctly, is a German translation. I could be wrong, but yeah, I didn't realize. And I'd heard of it before. That, and I know it's a different series, but is it Frostheart? I think I got those 2 mixed up, and so, which I haven't read Frostheart either. But I've heard good things about Inkheart, so I'm excited to get to it. Have a middle grade suggestion? Yes, please. Never hear it talked about on BookTube. The author is a middle grade and creative writing teacher. Spell Sweeper. I have Goodreads open, so let me. I think I spelled it wrong. Spell Spell Sweeper. To look up the author because it's not pulling up anything with that name. Lee, or am I not beyond? Oh, here it is. Most students at Dragonsong Academy spend their days practicing magic spells and wielding wands, but after flunking her 6th grade standardized tests, Kara Moon is on the fast track to becoming a magical occurrence purger. See, when a real wizard casts a spell, it leaves behind a residue called spell dust, which can be dangerous if not disposed of properly. It's the magical occurrence purger's job to clean up the mess. Aw, it sounds cute. Yeah, it says middle grade fantasy, magic, it's an adventure story. Yeah, I'll add that to my list. I haven't heard anybody talk about it either. Cinder and Sparrow. I'm good with emotional as long as it's like, um, I think actually those stick with me more. I just don't want it to be Like, emotionally manipulative, I guess. Oop, let me pause the timer real quick. But I feel like middle grades typically aren't emotionally manipulative. I'm talking about, like, Iron Flame, the ending of Iron Flame specifically. I feel like that stuff, like, if you're driving emotion to get an audience to continue reading, that I don't like, but, um, I do like an emotional story. When a scarecrow climbs over a garden wall delivering 12-year-old orphan Zeta Bridgeborn a letter saying that she's has inherited a distant castle, she jumps at the chance of an adventure. But little does she know that she's about to be thrust into a centuries-old battle between good and evil. Blackbird Castle was once home to a powerful dynasty of witches, all of them now dead and under mysterious circumstances. Zeta's the last of her line, and Zeta unfortunately doesn't know the first thing about being a witch. Oh, this sounds cute too, Tennille. Amazing. Loved a picture of, is it OW? Oh, Robot of the Wild? In Brightville in The Wild Robot Escapes, which was just so sweet. Robot of the Wild? Why does that sound I can't think of what the Wild Robot Escapes. What's the series called though? Anyway, but yeah, Roz and Brightville, so cute. I love it. Oh no, DNF'd Inkheart many years ago. I hope it works better for you. I hope so too. Sometimes, books, it's all subjective depending on what pulls at your heartstrings, and I don't know if Inkheart's emotional or not, or if it's more of an adventure. I haven't read into any of it yet because the hype episodes we kind of like to go in blind. Okay, it's German. Oh, I didn't realize there was a movie. Amazing. I figured that out afterwards, but then I was thinking, isn't the Wild Robot series, is it called the Wild Robot series? I feel like there's a name though that I was trying to, but maybe I'm just making stuff up. My brain was trying to help me and it ended up not working out. The Fire Eater in Inkheart is my favorite character. I'll have to remember that whenever we get to it, Ro. Gave Cinder and Sparrow 4 stars. It sounds amazing. Thanks, guys, for the recs. Yeah, if you have others, please leave them in the comments. I'll during the sprint, I'll add them to my TBR because yeah, it's just not something because I'm not like I don't read a ton of middle grade. That's not what pops up, on YouTube because YouTube's algorithm they only want to give you the things that you're like super uh, interested in. So sometimes I don't have the best of luck finding booktube recommendations for middle grade unless I go down like the rabbit hole. It is an abbreviation for Rhythm of War. That's what I thought at first, and I was like, nope, we're talking about Brightville, so it can't be that. Okay, y'all. We are ready for another sprint. We're going to do another 60-minute sprint. So go and be productive. I'm going to have some breakfast, some late breakfast. So I'll be off camera for a little bit, but I'll be back on shortly after I've eaten my cereal. So hope you guys have a productive hour. I'll see you guys later. Hello, friends. Let me know in the comments what you guys got up to in that sprint. I got to 73% of Alien Clay. Um, and I think I'm going to have to go back and re listen to this chapter. I kind of understand what's going on, but I feel like I'm missing something. And so I'm gonna go back and re-listen. But I am still enjoying it. I think that it's still creepy. Sorry, I was a little late coming back. I was a couple of seconds after the cat. I realized sitting here looking at the timer at 30 seconds that I should probably go warm up my oven because on the next sprint, I think I'm gonna make myself some lunch. And our oven takes forever to warm up. So that's what I was doing. I was like, 30 seconds is enough time for me to run to the kitchen real quick. And it was just enough. Um, so that's what I was doing. But I know we had a few people join us that sprint. Also, Kirsten, if you were still here, I did look this up. So I've heard a lot of people talk about warrior cats. And for some reason, I was thinking it was a manga. So maybe I'm looking up the wrong thing, but I did look it up on Goodreads. Is this also a translated work? And if it is, can you let me know which one is the first book in the series? I'm trying to figure out because I found, and of course I've like clicked away from it. Let me see if I can find it real quick though. So is it by Aaron Hunter or is it by Cheryl? Well, it wouldn't be Cheryl Brooks. I think Aaron Hunter is the one I was looking at. Let's see. The first one in the series I'm finding is De Wilderness Inn. Um, so I'm wondering, I'll have to look it up and see if I can find it in my library as an English translation. Oh yeah. I should have just scrolled down. I can see Kirsten, you've shelved it. So I bet this is the one that um that you had suggested. So I'll have to see if my library has it. But I'm all about cats. I I'm game to read some middle grade about cats. I think I finished my blurb. Yay! I sent it to a friend to ask for her opinion, but I'm happy. I'm gonna watch some YouTube. I hope you had fun, Kat. It's always nice to get something like that off your shoulders. You're like, yes, I can just relax now. Stacy also joined us. Hello, Stacy. Working on the becoming of Nora Roberts, or sorry, the becoming by Nora Roberts. The becoming of Nora Roberts would be a very different story. The becoming by Nora Roberts, book 2 in the Dragonheart Legacy. It's got a mix of modern world and fantasy, and I'm really enjoying the series. I don't think I knew. I thought Nora Roberts interesting. I've never read a Nora Roberts before, and I'm trying to think of what I was thinking her stories typically were. I was thinking she was romance, but maybe I'm completely wrong because the first thing I clicked on is fantasy. Interesting. I know that she's got a ton of books. Like her backlog is gigantic. So I might have to look that series up. I'm all about dragon books. I'm reading The Stranger Times. Hello, Miss J. I'm so excited to hear your thoughts about this. You'll have to let me know what you think. This was actually a Kirsten recommendation. So that's why I read the series was on Kirsten's recommendation. I've really liked it. I've read the first two, and I just purchased the third one, and so I'm ready to move on with the really fun cast of characters. So, are you reading it physically or are you reading it via audiobook? I think the audio is are really good as well. So I think either one is fine. But also, I would suggest that after you read the book, that you go back and look at like the little intricate details on the front cover because I think you'll find them amusing after having read the book. Alicia is here. Hello, welcome. Jamie also joined. Hello, Jamie. I'll be starting the horror novel Devils Kill Devils by Johnny Compton. I hope you enjoy it. Sam's also here. Hello, Sam. I am doing well. I hope you're doing well. It's been a minute since we've chatted. Actually, I need to go in and see if you guys have made progress on the Mask of Mirrors, or if it was something that you guys put a pause on. I haven't taken a look at that group chat yet, but if you are still reading it, I hope you're enjoying it. I know it's a chunky one, so I get putting pauses on it every once in a while. Sorry, I'm in and out because I'm moving by the end. Oh no, end of the month, finally. Okay, so it's a good thing. I'm running around dealing with that. Exciting, but very busy. Grateful for the weather change because it helps with that. Yeah. And no worries. Like, join when you can. Like, I get it. We want to be productive. I want you to be productive. So, yeah, I hope that the move goes smoothly and that the weather holds out because it's not fun to move whenever the weather is bad, whether or not it be rain, snow, or wind. So I'm pushing the sunny but not too hot days with you. Team of Dragons is out next Tuesday. Yes, I am so excited. I should have. I'm trying to think. I just recently made a Barnes and Noble order, and this was one of the books I was considering reading. But I think they have this one out in hardback, if I remember correctly, when I went to buy it, and all of the other books in the series I bought paperbacks. So I'm gonna have to wait until the paperback comes out, but I'm excited to see. I think this might be the finale, like the final book in the Cemeteries of Amalo. Um, but if it's not, I don't care. I'll continue to read it for as long as Catherine Edison wants to write about Thara Kelleher. On page 88, almost at the point where I can watch the first podcast episode. Yay! I'm excited. I hope you enjoy the discussion. The first one, we definitely get into a lot because a lot happens. So I hope you enjoy the discussion. Scrolled on YouTube, read 2 chapters in Rhythm of War. I'm at 1,028 out of 12,042. So the Sanderly is just starting. Yeah, as I say, you're in the thick of it. I hope, is this your first time reading it, Emily? Or is this a reread for you? I think it might be a reread for you. So I hope you're liking it the second time around. If it is, maybe it is the first time, but I hope you're enjoying your read. I think out of all of Stormlight, trying to think, I still right now, the Way of Kings and Wind and Truth are like battling for my favorites. The Way of Kings, I think, will probably always be my favorite just because of nostalgia reasons. Like, I reread that book so often. But when I recently read Wind and Truth, I just loved some of the storylines so much. So I think those are my 2 favorites in the series. I know it's an unpopular opinion, but the second book, Words of Radiance, I think is my least favorite in the series. Is Words of Radiance the second book? Yeah. Well, I don't know. Oathbringer and Words of Radiance might be tied for my least favorite. And then Rhythm of War is probably my second favorite if I was going to lump Way of Kings and Wind and Truth together. Oathbringer, I enjoyed the story and I don't want to give too much away if people in here haven't read the Stormlight Archive, but the main character that is in Oathbringer, I did really enjoy hearing his backstory. But I do think it was really repetitive at times. So that's why I didn't really enjoy Oathbringer as much. I still really liked the book. I think I still gave it 5 stars. It might be, I can't remember now. It's been so long. I do think I gave it 5 stars though. But yeah, Words of Radiance I know is like usually people's favorite, and I just didn't like it as much as I liked Way of Kings, so I think it kind of tainted that book for me. But I hope you're enjoying Rhythm of War. That book is where the Stormlight Archive starts to really expand. Middle grade, I left a comment on your video, and I mentioned something. Okay, amazing. I'll go look. I do need to make my middle grade list. Which video did you leave a comment on? Was it for my most recent video? I'll have to check. I got to 33% of Faithbreaker and switched to Dungeon Crawler Carl, and I'm working with my puzzle, and I'm jealous. I'm still on hold for Dungeon Crawler Carl. I think I still have, let's see. Last I checked, it said several months wait. It doesn't even give me specifics. So, I think I'll probably still be several months wait. It's like it taunts me. I do think my library has added several of those books to their stacks since it became more popular. Yeah, I'm, like, all the way down at the bottom of my holds. Yeah, it still says several months wait. Hopefully, it will come sooner rather than later, but I hope you're enjoying it. That time I did my physio exercises and crocheted while listening to a chapter of Simpson Second Degree Murder and watching Emily Fox's new video. Very productive, Neil. Loving the podcast. Yay. One day I will catch up, but looking forward to the Hitchcock Hotel next month. Amazing. Thank you. I appreciate it. We appreciate you listening and participating in our discussions. We had a lot of fun with it. Chapter 11 of 25. Amazing. It's not translated. The first one is Into the Wild. Okay. Okay, the series that I was looking at was called Warrior Cats. Although I think it was the same author, but I just was getting an odd version of it. So good to know. Okay, I have this on Goodreads now. Thank you. Really want to read Warrior Cats. Yeah, I think it sounds really cute. I mean, I haven't read the synopsis, but Warrior Cats in general, like, yes, please. Seven Wonders. The Colossus Rises is the first book in the middle grade series. That's decent. I'll look that one up too. Seven Wonders. The Colossus. Maybe I just look up The Colossus Rises. Oh, I might have spelled The Colossus Rises wrong. Yeah, I did. By Peter Larangis. I know I probably butchered that. Adding to my list, Anne. Thank you. Nora Roberts is romance, but she also has written fantasy series as well. Good to know. I literally like I don't read a lot of romance, and so anytime people talk about Nora Roberts, I'm like, "Oh, okay, cool. Like I'm glad you're enjoying that." But I kind of like write off the titles because I'm like probably not something I'm going to read. But yeah, I didn't know that she had dabbled in fantasy, so I'll have to look and see if I can find something and try her out. I don't completely want to write off the fantasy or the romance genre. So if I can find someone who writes both, I might try both. So I'll try and see if I can find a fantasy book that she's written that I might enjoy. For middle grade, I will forever recommend Toby Alone. I love it, guys. I'm gonna add all of these, and then I'm gonna look at them whenever I'm going through my TBR. I'm excited. Listening to the audio. I hope you enjoy it. If I remember correctly, it's been a minute since I've listened to This Charming Man at this point, but I'm pretty sure there's a full cast, right? Or if it's not a full cast, I think maybe the narrator is just really good at switching voices and like tones, but I really enjoyed it. I think they're so fun. Gonna finish book 2 in the Wayward Pines trilogy and then go back to The Darkness That Comes Before. I need to get back to the Wayward Pines. I read book 1, but I never continued, and at this point, I think I might have to go back and reread book 1. But yay for finishing books. I don't usually read middle grade, but I recently read The Mystic School of Musicraft. The Mistwick School. Adding to my list. Aw, the cover's really cute with them playing like their flutes. How fun. Nora Roberts writes different genres under different names. Oh, I didn't know that either. I read her in Bonesborough Romance Trilogy and loved it. She didn't use irritating tropes. Good to know, Katie. That is one of the reasons I don't enjoy the romance genre. Okay, your first time reading Rhythm of War. Right now, Words of Radiance is your favorite. Oh, I know that a ton of people. I think that that's definitely And maybe I view it that way because it's not my favorite, but I do think that I've heard a lot of people talk about how Words of Radiance is their favorite. So, I need to reread it 'cause that one I've reread it twice, maybe 3 times. I think maybe only twice though. So I need to reread it and see if my opinion changes. Well, I'm glad that you're enjoying, Rhythm of War, because yeah, it does get very expansive in that. I hope you enjoy the wild ride. Made it to 87% into Painted Devils. I only have an hour and 20 minutes left at my listening speed. Amazing. Sacrilege. The backstory in Oathbringer was a bit hard for me because as an adult child of an alcoholic. Yeah. But Sanderson is really great at mental health rep. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I can see that. My comment is okay on the anticipated release this video. Amazing. Thank you. I'll look at that on the next sprint. I love Dungeon Crawler Carl. I know. I can't wait. I've been so tempted just to buy it, but I'm worried because I do think it's a little I feel like it could go one way or the other for me because I think it is supposed to be slightly humorous. Um, and those books are always hit or miss. So I'm trying to hold off buying it and just wait for my library to come through. Thanks for the good wishes. I've been wanting to move out of my current place for over a year, so it's definitely good news. Amazing. I'm glad that you're finally getting to move out, get some fresh roots. That's always I hate moving, but once you're moved, I do feel like there's like it's like a weight off your chest where you're like you can kind of breathe and create a new space for yourself. That's always fun. I do feel like sometimes being in the same I am a person who does not like change. And so I would live in this house until the day I die. My husband, on the other hand, is one who he likes to move around, and change is normal for him, something that he and so sometimes he does put me out of my comfort zone, not necessarily with our house, we haven't moved in a while, but it is nice to have, like, a new space that you can kinda make your own. So, I hope that you get to do that. Just do a free trial for Audible and listen to it. The audio I didn't think about that. Well, so I always use my husband's Audible account. I could get my own. So yeah, he pays for Audible, but I might have to do this, create my own account just to listen. I think they do because they it's like a 3-month free trial. It always gets me when I'm looking because I have my own Amazon account, and when I look at my Amazon account, it will tell me, like, "The audio is free," and I'm like, "What?" And I'll click on it, and it'll be like, "Your audio is free with an Audible account." I'm like, "So it's not free." But that is it. I should do that. I wonder too, I just found out that, my library system doesn't have Hoopla, but a neighboring city has Hoopla, like their little library system. So I almost wonder if I could get a library card from them, if I could then gain access. I don't know if it's on Hoopla, but something that's been in the back of my head. I've been wanting to read Crawler Carl too. I just think it's gonna be a fun time, and I can't wait. And I'm mad that it's taking so long. But yeah, I might it's probably not gonna be a this month thing because I've got so many reads this month, but I might do a free trial to see if I can listen to the audio because I've just heard amazing things, and I have FOMO. I want to read the book myself. Well, friends, we have come to the end of the comments and we're ready for our last sprint. So we'll do another 60-minute sprint. I'm going to put lunch in the oven, so I'll be off camera for a bit, but then I'll be back reading Alien Clay. So I hope that you guys have a productive last hour with me. I know that there's probably more sprints going on this afternoon, and just so you know, if you're not going to hang out for this last hour, I will have sprints not next weekend, but the weekend after that. So I'm going to do every other week, essentially on Sundays. I'll be on sprints. So if you guys can't hang out with me for this last hour, I hope to see you um, a couple weeks from now. Maybe we should read it together, Kirsten, if we can both gain access to it. Ask your library if they have a reciprocal agreement with your. Ooh, that's a good idea too, Katie. I didn't think about that. like an interlibrary loan type of a thing. I might do that. Hello, Rainy. Reading a battle book. I need to do this. I still have only read 2 Battle of the Booktubers books. This is how I feel as well. Okay, friends. So another hour, one last sprint. Let's get some stuff done. Be productive. I'll see you guys in an hour. Hello, friends. Welcome back from our last sprint. Let me know what you guys were able to get done. I got to 80% of Alien Clay. I have about a little under 3 hours left in the audio. Um, yeah. If you haven't read this book and you like Annihilation or really even The Day of the Triffids, if you enjoyed that read, any of like those kind of sci-fi horror, I think that you would enjoy this book. I think it's good. So, yeah, I'm happy with my progress. For the rest of the day, so like I told you guys before, I do have in about 30 minutes, I'm gonna get together with Leandra. We're gonna film our last episode of The Hitchcock Hotel. Remember, that is our podcast book for April. So if you guys are not reading along this month, in the month of March, we're reading The Games Gods Play. So if you guys are interested in that book, those episodes they go live every Friday. And then in May, we'll be reading The Hitchcock Hotel. Also, if you're interested in horror in general, I will be on Coda's channel, the BookTube Bestie. I'll be on his channel tomorrow for sprints in the evening. We're going to try and read Rest Stop by Nat Cassidy in one setting. I don't know if I will be able to do it. I am a very slow reader, but I'm going to try. So tomorrow evening on Coda's channel, we're going to have some sprints that are completely designated to Rest Stop, and we're going to try and get through as much of it as we can. So you should come join us if you're interested in that book. As far as the rest of um, like any content that you can be looking forward to if you guys are interested. I don't know the order yet because it will depend on how long it takes me to film. My Tuesday video is not yet filmed or record or edited. And I kind of want to do like a March Madness, not like on basketball, but on books and like pit my books together. So like my best books of the last 3 years, try and do like a bracket to see which one wins. So that's on the docket. I just have to figure out how I want to film it. Or as we've been talking about, I'm going to do a middle grade TBR of some middle grade reads. So it'll be one of those two videos will be out on Tuesday, and then the other will be out on Saturday. So that's what to look forward to with me. Um, let's see. Christina joined us. Hello, Christina. And yes, all of the reminders, make sure we're taking care of ourselves. I definitely ate lunch that sprint. Had some water and got to replenish myself a little bit. I've eaten in the last two sprints because I had a late lunch or a late breakfast, and then I had ravioli for lunch. So yes, make sure and take care of yourselves. Kat's gonna go and get dinner. I'm sure that you're long gone, but I hope you have a lovely dinner. Amanda, thanks for the laundry reminder. This was to Christina. I've been dreading laundry. Yes. I understand. I told you guys at the beginning of sprints, I needed to do laundry. Did I do it? Nope. It'll get done, right? There's like some goblin in my house that will do it for me. I have to fold laundry today too, but it's all washed and dried. Yeah. The washing and drying I don't mind. The folding I'm not a fan of. Yeah, thanks for being here, Ro. I appreciate you being here. And Rachel joined us. Hello, Rachel. I am having an amazing day. It's been great. I hope you have as well. Emily ate lunch, got to page 1039. I love every time I see those big page numbers, it makes me smile. Yeah, thanks for being here, Olivia. Read some more of The Night Ends with Fire, a retelling of Mulan. Interesting. I might have to check that one out. I love Mulan. Started recommended reading a romance. Oh, not a romance fan, but maybe you could convince me if you really like it. Up to 34% of Sense and Second Degree Murder. You've made good progress today. Finished editing the first Battle of the Booktuber vlog. Oh my goodness, you are so far ahead of me. I'm so proud of you, Kirsten. And started Within the Sanctuary of Wings. Oh my goodness. You're going to have to let me know what you think of the finale of Lady Trent because I have thoughts. I hope you love it. Yeah, I do think you would enjoy it, Kirsten. It's I think it's really good. I think it's really well done. So, I love the, eeriness of the environment, and it's definitely kinda makes your skin crawl a little, but I think it's fun. Uh, yes, realize it's daylight savings. We had this discussion earlier today because I completely forgot, and I was dragging this morning, and I didn't really understand why, and that is why we lost an hour. Chapter 14, Finley is being interrogated. Oh my goodness. The drama. I hope you're enjoying it, Katie. Built some Legos, continue listening to Dungeon Crawler Carl. Wonderful. Got to 54 pages and got to call your mom. Lovely. Glad you guys got to chat. A few pages left till I can watch the first podcast episode. Oh my goodness, my words are not coming out. Had to stop reading and go for a walk. We have an enormous. Okay, you're loving it. I was to say enormous snowflakes falling today. I want snow to be a next year problem. I don't want it to be any more in this year. But if you're having fun and loving walking in the snow, I love that. I love how pretty it is, especially when you have those really big, chunky snowflakes. That started with a bang, made it to page 34. I love that. I love it when it starts, you feel like you hit the ground running. It's amazing. Uh, you and Leandra have me so excited to read Adrian Tchaikovsky. I have Service Model on my shelf, but trying to get through some older books on my shelf I've been avoiding. I get that. I do think Service Model is just absolutely lovely. It's depressing too. Like it has some, I think it has some really interesting themes and sad themes within it. But I loved Uncharles. He was amazing. A really fun character uh, to read. It's a little dry at first, but I think once you get into like his personality and kind of understand how his brain works, I think it's such a fun read. But I get reading the books that you've been meaning to read for a while first. Yeah, thanks for being here, Emily. I appreciate it. Oh, funny coincidence. Ravioli twins. I love it. I love those little toasted raviolis. It's something that's a meal I have not been able to like leave behind me because I my mom used to make those for me when I was a kid. And so every once in a while I will have them for lunch because they are delicious and just nostalgic for sure. Have been sleeping. Oh no, not feeling well today. Well, I hope you take care of yourself, Jen. Definitely get some rest. Yeah, try not to push yourself too hard. That's awful, especially like at the end of the weekend too. You're like, I just want to enjoy my weekend. Well, get some sleep, friend. Uh, standard time only. I would be okay with this, Rachel. I doubt it will ever happen, but we'll see. Yeah, thanks for being here, Christina. I appreciate it. Exactly. I mean, if someone could make them and sell them, I would buy them. Ooh, my my comments jumped. You're calling me to try Alien Clay with Annihilation and Day of the Triffids. Yeah, I honestly think if you like those two books, or even the concept in those two books, because definitely it's different. With like Day of the Triffids, obviously it's gonna have the Alien Clay is gonna have a more modern feel because it's written in modern day. But and then with Annihilation, I would say the world aspects, like the danger components of like walking around in the world. That's how I'm getting the Annihilation vibes. So I think if you liked those two books, I think this is a pretty safe bet that you're gonna like this one too. If you find out, Jamie, you let me know because I want some laundry gnomes. We watched kind of do experiments with Livy on Jassless sprints. I don't know what experiments were going on. That's interesting. For the dry, depressing warning. Yeah, I think like I think it's like it's good though. Like I know that that's not super like, it sounds like I'm saying don't read it, but that's not what I mean at all. I just think because you're from a robot's perspective, that's where the dry component comes in because he's not really expressive. He's very what's that called? Like when you're kind of it's not introverted, but you're just very soft spoken and you have like he's very clinical in some of his explanations of the world, but I think once you get to know him, I freaking loved it. And then like his view on the world isn't depressing, but as a human reading the book, you're going to start seeing things and you're going to be like, I think I know what's going on. So, I hope you enjoy it. I'll be interested to hear your thoughts. Yes, some sprints that are starting soon, guys. If you're wanting some sprints, please join our other booktube friends. I think I bit off too much now that I'm looking at my calendar. Work, other job, guest appearance on 2 streams, promotional events, D&D hosting. Oh my goodness, Rachel. Sometimes being busy is a good thing. Sometimes you do need to take a break, give yourself some rest. So I hope that this is enough though, like that it's just enough where you feel like super accomplished, you're definitely busy, you're getting things done, but that you still have some time for yourself. And if not, maybe there's a couple of events that you could cancel. Can't wait to have reading time again, hopefully next month. Yes, fingers crossed after the move. Hopefully you'll have some free time to read. I know that that sucks, like, whenever you have stuff in your life going on that just prevents and all you can think about is, like, "I just wanna sit down on the couch and read. That's all I wanna do." I get it. Katie's also sprinting. Still grateful for sprints since they help me with be productive. Well, I'm grateful for you being here. It's been fun. What was I sniffing when I agreed to this? My books, my reading time. I totally get it. Yeah, thanks for being here. I appreciate it. I know. I didn't realize this until I think it was at the beginning of Battle of the Booktubers because one of our Battle of the Booktubers people was talking about like depending on like telling people what state you're in doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to well we were talking about like time frames and like making sure we could set up sprints or like live shows at the correct time and man time zones are confusing and then you have some states like Arizona doesn't have any daylight savings time so then you have to take that into consideration. We were even talking about like Australia, like there are sections of Australia that don't have daylight savings, and then I think there are sections of Australia that have daylight savings at different times of the year, so they change hours. Yeah, it's complicated. Oh, Anna will be on in an hour. Lots of options for us. Yeah, thanks for being here, Ashley. Yes, every other Sunday, I'll be here. I'm excited. I knew it, even. They are STEM experiments. Oh, volcanoes and stuff like that. That's fun. For more sprinty fun, yes, check out the sprinting spreadsheet. And one more time, take care of yourselves. Yes, thank you, Christina. Yeah, thanks for being here, Jamie. Got a good start on Devils Kill Devils. Seems like it's going very quickly. Fast paced read. Love it. Hope you get done with it quickly and that you really enjoy it. That's amazing. Down for a robot narrative. Murderbot opened that door for me. Yes, me too. I had the same thought. Are you the dungeon master? Are you just a player? Either one is great, but I would it would make sense though for Rachel to be the dungeon master now that I think about it. uh, I am the DM. I am the DM. Pitch the idea. You were Norse gods, but now you're mortal and need to figure out what happened and why you're on the mortal plane. I love that. I love that scenario. That's fantastic. Amazing. Well, I hope you have fun with it. I know it makes you busy, but I hope that you enjoy it because even I think sometimes, being busy, it's a good thing, especially if you're doing what you love. And that sounds really fun. So And that is perfect timing, friends, because we are at the end of the comments. So I want to thank you guys so much for being here with me today. As I said, I will be on every other Sunday. So not next Sunday, but the Sunday after that. And of course, I'll be around. My videos post Tuesdays and Saturdays. I'd love to have you guys in my comments. But yeah, I hope you have a lovely week, lovely start to your week. Get some sleep tonight to make up for that hour that some of us lost. I have a couple of comments come in. They ran headlong first season into the first boss. Oh no, fighting evil tooth fairy. And they figured out far quicker than I thought that Santa has something to do with it. Oh my goodness, I love this. It's so fun, Rachel. You need to make the campaign like into a book. That would be fun. Yeah, thanks for being here, Kirsten. I appreciate it. It does sound fun. You too. I appreciate you guys being here. We'll go off. Be productive for the rest of your day. I'm gonna try and do the same, and I will see you guys somewhere around the interwebs. Bye.